生き返らせちゃった。気になってしまって。生存ルートあったわ、ルビー。つまり生きてるデータから今回始めますと。
The trap is poor thing.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
マジ？ちょっと待て。夜に行ったらなんかあるかなって思ったんだけど。
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
夜だったら覗き見できるかなって思ったんだけど、あいつの部屋始まってたのか。
Not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Courty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it. Peaceful.
なんかいるよな、一人よくわかんないのが。
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. If this turns into a firefight, we should get out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
The mercenary tribunal.
そうだよな。
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice. Pig fuck! Ah, yeah! Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you... No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out. I don't know about this getting under his skin. He'll only get under yours. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
こいつシンプルにかっこいいな。
Rip you open.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does? Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style. Yeah? Who did that?
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your union.
Time is up, loincloth. Give me a name. Now! How fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver. 8 rounds in the
佳
barrel.
境すぎる。
The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
He wasn't hanged. He was shot by someone in Martinez. They're helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
え
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her.
ひえ。
The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing himself, only for a second. Do not assume he will miss the next time.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
She's fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. You're alone.
Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid!
The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
シャンキー
They're afraid. All of them. Trembling. No. The rest will stay. They would hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left.
Need.
Hunched, but keeping it together.
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know
彼
how much windows
が
cost?
お前こんな城場で
She left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
そうだな
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
みっともないとか言ってる場合じゃないなこれはちょっと待って楽なやつからいこ
Of
う
course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it. Even better, it will further destabilize him, costing time and maybe even lives.
You don't fucking talk to me about
Arnie.
my brother, loincloth.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully. International
いやーいやいやいや
International law.
全部ダメじゃん
Look around!
There will be ramifications, but they don't need to be.
We're not fucking
Say something. Get off this trail. Thank God it's only ineffectual thus far.
ダメだダメだ
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this?
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
まだ撃つべきじゃないと思うルビーが出てない
What's the matter, loincloth? Mouthful of dick. Think I'm gonna fucking spare you?
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
あ
An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his
Yeah.
pistol, and he's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. It's not easy. He has 0.6 seconds to do so. He won't make it. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots in the tip of the barrel, like a honeycomb. Is there anything? Anything? He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right, he aims further right. Get him to overshoot. The shot lands and you stumble.
何をかもがダ
Something
メ
violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. Then, 2 shots ring out, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like, oh God. What you see, 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes a look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright. Here it comes. Death.
まあ無理だな。
You can't. There is no time.
地味に惜しかった。
Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like the pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice still giving. He's not gonna make it. Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Most of what's down there. It's all gone. No. It's just a fear. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door. Brother, you already were a ghost. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight. He's not taking it. His body is not dead and rotting. And being disinfected and smelling of...
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again.
The engine of a Caprice Canema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
これは
Sunrise, Parabellum.
これは
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill and out.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
Cops like it. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route, and as retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit with his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it...
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
ほんの少しだけ
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged.
Titus.
Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left. Yes. You were bleeding out by then. You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me.
Thank you, although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened. Yes. This is the one. He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger in his...
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some that. 4. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And all. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
そうだな
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome. We will see. No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. Back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you. I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
おぉ、最悪だな、も
Easy now. How are you?
The lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet.
I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our med. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal show. I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are...
That does make some sense.
What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to...
He's wrong.
Okay. I don't know. That's been there for years. Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else? We could find thousands more if we want.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic. I'm afraid we may not be able to locate communism, Detective, on account of it being dead.
A nod. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
こっから続くの？どうしよう、やり直そっかな。でもこれはこれで気になるよな。あの惨状からどうやっていくっていうのは割と気になるところだ。
Searchlight Division. You've sharpened your senses by being on the lookout for missing persons. Now you notice more of what's happening around you.
Yes?
セーブ出てやば。ちょっと 当分消えないなこれは。
The bathroom mirror is These papers bear the stamp of the RCM.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. I am sure need.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines. I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over.
A gift. I am not drawing my gun.
He says he's not, but his hand. Just don't relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
The medicine cabinet. Pity.
I always took you for more of a drunk than a chemical abuser. Mm-hmm. She certainly had her prior.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point, I remember. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the...
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I find that hard to believe, but at this point, what difference does... So it is...
For a second he seems tired.
I just haven't gotten it.
He doesn't really believe this will you. There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree.
It could be the makings of a sniper's...
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Okay, let's go to... How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
こんなことになる前に島に行く方法あったのかな。
You clearly see
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here.
Large print. One, of course.
Between that and that.
Everything around you.
Ah, せっかく。
All these mesmerizing machines. Just waiting. Feels like it might jump back to life any moment.
Some kind of...
Diora was one of the Lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
No, I love it.
He doesn't.
No. You can't...
What a dumb name. royalist pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these pinball Kitsuragi. Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
So now he remembers. Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulate. Wonderful. He only remembered. No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill, and a childlike. It is lame. I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me. Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop. Unbelievably. To do that, I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. End of story. That time is over now. I was already a 30.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno.
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is good too. Now, we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment. And defended maybe putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also...
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here. And many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
そうだな。あそこに、あの時点であそこにいるのは相当。
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discussed.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do. Do I have a shaker in my hand?
He sounds irritated. And it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my... That's right! I'm the cafeteria man!
What you want is a goddamn... Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Like what?
お酒はもらえない。こんなことになってもお前はいるのか。お前も。
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
ああ、少なくなっちゃってよ。
You approach.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you.
Huh?
He's very...
Our condolences for your losses.
Does he look like...
He does not. While still alive, he has abandoned his own body to decomposition.
No shit, Mullen.
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy boys? Look around you, man. No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now? Me? No, man.
If any of them had leadership capacity beside Titus, it's him. Keep encouraging.
What? Fuck no. If I'd stay, we'd keep the name to honor Titus. Titus was, but thanks for the vote of confidence. If I don't stick around, it's all over.
Yeah, man. You know, you got this. You got this.
I haven't got shit, Al.
There's something there. A germ of determination. He knows he has no choice. This is not completely ludicrous. Him and Titus were the only detectives of the bunch.
Damn songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on these?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight.
She's gone. Face it.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good.
このルートも悪くないな。何もかもがうまくいくのもありっちゃありやけど。
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fire. This was Cindy the Scar. The lieutenant crouched.
Looks like it. Yes. And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. The lieutenant has taken a small step. The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air...
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess people, they say you'd kind of died for a moment. Just don't think because you got half your dick. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's bit...
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. Who knows?
Kuno までも。
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
全くって感じだ。いやーでもやり直したい気分もあるんだよな。
Stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned, it calls back to an older era, where this was commonplace though. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or... No, man.
He says it matter-of-factly.
Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad. I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quiet this. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
Yes?
かしまああそこまでことごとく失敗するとはな。全くといった感じ。
A lorry stuck in the traffic. The window, fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you. An old monument.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive? Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. Hey, that's just what I heard. Old wives' tale. So, what next? Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're fuck it. I'm a bad guy now. There's things more important than holding a grudge. It's okay. You've been through enough.
まああんだけのことがあったら。
We are what we are. And you're a cop. Shoot. Sorry, man. Didn't mean it like that. Ask away. Okay.
Is it wise to share information about the lieutenant? What are you doing?
Whew, good on her. And good on you, too. And she didn't do it. Believe me.
He's relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
Huh? Oh, the bosses, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck.
こいつの教官もやったらなんかあったのかなーって。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Something is wrong. No reply.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is it only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. No more dangerous than stepping between three. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal.
They're shutting you up, silencing you.
難しそう。まあ間違いなくめんどくさいところはあるけど、でも本筋はまあ分かりやすい。何が起きてるかは多分やってれば分かるから、難しいところはちょっとなんか飛ばしで、とりあえずまあいろいろ進めてみるのがいいと思うよ。
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds.
本筋はまあまあマジで分かりやすいっていうか、面白く作られてるから。
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? 57.
In the cabin, you see.
どうしよっかなあの場面。いやまあ仕方ない。
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard.
Officer, Kit actually never mind. The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade.
Hell, Most likely. He was. Oh, he would have liked that. Violent life. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found.
Wait, did he push?
Yes, he was about to. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him. Cause it. No. Rene was the.
He has doubts. But right now, he just wants to move on.
I repeat, and the only people who. And she never lost sight of it. And I thought if we've hated each other our entire. Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what is. Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny. I'm sorry, officer. I just. Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know. Yes, we are both very sorry for your.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. René wasn't really.
Of course he didn't. Flowers are for.
That's their old name. There were many reasons, but I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies.
もうといった感じ。何もかもがあんなことになってん。
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for oh my god! Even the police. Maybe I should close the bookstore. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies. And to fight crime! No need to be modest, good officer. In the meantime, do buy. What do you mean, actual source? I thought this is a what?
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an entropy on it.
But that's not in any of.
She's too afraid to even say the word.
You're right, officer. I mustn't lose faith, especially now that Annette is fine. Besides, didn't I have some Sailite hope catchers round here somewhere? Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
なんかいるって言われたんだよ。
A few bricks have fallen.
ここではないのか。
East Delta Commerce Center? This must be the name of the doomed commercial. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something.
ボード長くね。あ、なんか嫌な予感がする俺。閉じました。多分あれ無限ロードなんで。おや。調子がいったかもしれん。クラウドを同期中から動きません。まずいかも。ここに来て調子悪くなった。お、来た。よかったよかった。あいつがいるときに調査の協力頼めばいけたりしたのかな。
Give me a moment.
いいね。あ、ほんと散々だったな。
Wow! A cop limping down the street? Cool! That's cool!
trap is full of locusts, but they... Poor thing.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves... Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen. I'm not sure those were the loss of the...
Then we'll be ready.
Our tenant, though I suppose... What do you expect? Police officer...
Officer.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Look at you, you can barely walk. Is this from the shooting in town?
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead. Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the...
Of course, ma'am.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
I'm sad to hear that.
That's cool. You boasted your bacterial infection.
Used to be some kind of
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his...
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the...
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl...
Can we maybe ask your twin?
Be my guest. They've a strange... Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete under...
Aye, aye, Captain.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small...
The scruffy-haired little boy.
And that iron, that's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. And we make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war.
I don't know what those are. They're lights. The fire guy.
Your nerve endings sting from them. They must mean a human being on that island.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. Yes.
A suspicious request made out of fear.
Did you mean the...
Yes. No, he doesn't live. No, he lives there. He doesn't.
Anything else?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled. Our father didn't say that. He didn't.
A dull pain flashes through your mind.
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
There's
Lights. Fire guy. We should check...
Be careful out there.
ああ、すればよかったが無限に出てくるよな。 このゲーム周回前提か。
A skiff with us. Once you get in, that's it. Have you made all the necessary? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
What? Fine. Let's blast SAD FM then.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
ラスダンってこと？行くか。本当にラジカセ担いどる。
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
結局あそこのドアを開けなかった。
Want to be free. Eternally.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
.まだあそこの怒涛のスキルチェックミスが心に響いてるわ。どうしようもないことだが。
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies?
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. They see...
Holding the gun feels... It reminds you of the sheath. The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. The flock of quail depart. On the islet, there is almost like a silent orchestra tuning, of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss. See it, the faraway roar of the city. The raindrops fall on water. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. A drop of rain falls on a black log of an extinguished camp. A jitter. A sound impatient to happen, but not yet. You hear some kind of limb fidget. No. It's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Yes?
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods in silence.
血まみれで歩いとるこいつ。
An old cylindrical generator. The lieutenant put...
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The one downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine the kind that's favored.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust fall...
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm.
The wind outside picks up suddenly.
Here.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White...
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh.
You force the rest of the scent.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. The blanket feels cold. The entire room. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to sleep.
Kimu. キム。キム。ちょっと待って。まだいろいろ調べたいもの。
The chain trails.
Ah, yes. Ah, yes. For bring
as a defensive measure
from enemies.
The dry grass crackles and the flock on the like a sigh of great import. A silent, the raindrops, a low hum, airflow, a drop of rain, a jitter. You hear some. No, it's just.
Yes.
This is where a lesser man would.
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
An old lieutenant.
It's cold now. Downstairs, liquid car. The kind that's.
If anyone's state, a hollow ring.
I don't know. Someone who is.
The wind outside. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor. Most are soft covers, serialized popular depictions of man versus nature among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for
someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. This, maybe it's a... The print in some of these is pretty small.
概念化だっけ。
Books and magazines, most popular among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. Books and most are popular among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell.
後でちゃんと他の選択肢の手があそこの場面のうまくいった場合が見たいな。
books and magazines most popular among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Not that you can tell. Books and most popular among.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed. There is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian science.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Well, yes.
The little books seem inconsequential.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has...
Interesting. There's a grease.
Someone has been squatting here.
You forced.
You know, officer, you can rest. Yes, any...
You don't. The greasy...
The offer...
The bed is quite inviting, all things considered. There's a grease...
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh.
You forced...
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize the blanket. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Sleep.
ここでキメいなくなるのマジで心細い。怖い怖い怖い怖い。どこ行けって。 えははは
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go. This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
Hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, don't say that. I know this positive thing sounds stupid to you, Harry, but it works. We all have an obligation to be happy. You too. And you will be.
This is everything I always warned you about.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what silence. Her nuptial gown flows.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions. She sighs. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
It's not, but I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? But I can.
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it. There is a silence. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew, yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone. What other things? We've been through all the things, Harry. We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her. For effect. All of it. Yeah. Put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage.
いい趣味してるよ。
She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this. Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now? Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No. It was 100,000,000 years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Yes, I have found someone. For whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you, only this time...
Your heart burns. Through the blackness you feel...
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
She smiles mysteriously, looking east, then turns her gaze back.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to... It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a Queen Regnant thing.
See? If you drank with her, you'd be cool again. If you drank with her...
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headless Found Rider between your fingers. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all? Yes, I've a form of communication where words affect. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless Found Rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
こんな時、こんなところだったんだ。
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? I haven't even bought the tickets yet. I'm glad too, but I have to go.
What?
Yeah.
I will.
1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
The morning? I don't understand. Oh my god, Harry, stop. I can't do that anymore. I'm not...
This is a bit much for me. It feels like your ribs are cracking around your heart.
Then why are we doing it? Yes, Harry. I am.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
はあ、ひどいけどやってやるか。あ、背御書。こんな時。ああ。
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, You stand against her, her body close to you. She is not kissing you back. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your hidden, distant, kept safe from you. Feels like soft felt, the world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing the touch, the delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the... Her hand does not return the distrust. For you, the curve of her spine, her shoulders hunched, nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, the moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
どうしようもないよ。
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew, brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. More questions. Ask more.
I am actually very ordinary, Harry. This thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is this? My lungs do not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of... Oh, Harry. I don't need you to forgive...
A warm gust wrap all the roads. We miss her. A completely different world.
It'll pass. Everything does. That is very contested by modern history. You're only saying this because things didn't work out.
Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a mass murderer. Seriously.
I'm not that either. Can't I just be? I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
って感じだ。 それキムもいませんわ。
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Of course. I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on? Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds. I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Ah, これやってなかったな。まあいいや。
You see a small metal door nested in
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best.
This old cylindrical jet.
Ah.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches.
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator up.
The console is powered off and covered in dust.
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control light. Nothing happens. The dial slides under the...
Insular. This is an off-air radio...
It's an air-gapped system. An off-air military...
We need to restore power before using this, officer. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still...
The boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back.
The consul stands by, mutely. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab. Only half.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette. The silhouette of a tobacco picker. Contemporary Rivasholians prefer Juan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Diamatiri is favored by older.
Could be a coincidence. Or I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may all...
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything. The springs screech as you leave. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your... A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire, Capeside apartments. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain. The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the...
Do you have a line of sight to do?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a...
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. Where?
He does not answer. He feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Cool. Naるほど。
There's a rain-soaked...
B triple prime.
Holding the gun feels natural. It reminds you of the... She... A strange feeling, looking at the wall with a bottle in your hand. Always. Perhaps there's someone there, where it is smelling of tutti. Maybe you know it's going to hurt. Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Yes. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. In the still mirror of islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you.
トイレ行っとこうよ。佳境や。 ああ、もう終わるんだなっていう気がしてくる。
The console is powered off. The greasy old spring mat.
Yes, any
You don't? This old cylinder. The lieutenant assists. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse.
That should do it.
いよいよって感じだ。
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light.
It's on. Turn.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anxiety.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up.
Don't be. I have a gun. I know. It was not easy to acquire.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
The what now? I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a triangong for
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board. Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to...
His right eye twitches.
We have come to ask you a question. If you do not comply...
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's afire, the next, a fire gone out. The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Yeah.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places, with still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46.
Worn. Personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
Jacketed. Military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very...
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking the...
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here, 43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't. He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering.
Always waiting for her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. Always. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back any. I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. The second is a reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
He does not believe a police officer is genuinely revolutionary.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, the combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Some kind of great terror, worse than you've ever seen.
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. It's not an island, what? It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio, Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? Iblis. The black-eyed angel. How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you.
We also have Druamine.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
It's the little joys. A dark joke, a sunshiny day, morphine. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. I do. They're good. Plenty of talk. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me...
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the...
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
やばすぎる共産主義。思考のやつで共産主義のやつを頭に入れてるからやばい選択肢が出てくる。
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth. On Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
演技すごいな。
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows. No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follow the...
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
まあそういうの主張してほしいわけじゃないから。そういう主義があったらこのゲーム面白いかもな。
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him. Pile it on him. The gun. The murder weapon, the scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't... Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I saw you poking around there.
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle.
今いいとこなんだよ。
You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Stupid.
The lieutenant, not this, he seems to say. Anything but this.
Intuition is an aberrant psychologist. Your brain is...
He does not answer the provocation. It does not look like he thinks this approach. Yeah, but still, somehow you knew it was a coming. Perhaps you suspected it. The vision was you remembering that. Was it supposed to? The inland sea is dark.
Standing there, slack...
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. Who cares? There were Maybells in the grot. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up. Yes, ouch. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Damn Maybell.
He seems tender suddenly.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths?
I may. Classier. With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked, almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa.
Show me the soul.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansariq, and the size is 42. These are not the unusual horror.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Nani?
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you?
The lieutenant, the prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own print. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Not a lot of guns around that use
It's a real gun. Not like your little... You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons?
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? .46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this.
Murder.
いやー、最近Steam でフレンド増えたよ。ああ、サンブレイクやってたら。結構最近のことだね。ああ。
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
なんでだろうな。いや、でもね、友達の証明がゲームやってると右下に出てくるから、フレンドがオンラインになりましたって。それが俺の心を落ち着けてくれるんだよね。
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
それゲーム内で知り合ったんですか？
そうだよ。なんかいつの間にか送りつけられててビビったよ。俺が Steam のフレンド機能を全く知らなかった。な大丈夫、実際に動いてるの一人いるかどうかだから、関わりはあるの。気にすることはない。一人もいない場合の方がきっと多いよ。
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
セーブしたい。セーブしたい。できっかな。
I ain't going.
できる？
Minions of capital. What do you want? Them. Fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? The
sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on, right there. She needed it just to move. Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Semonine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
It didn't say Clausia in there. It was something I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo. Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny. Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake. See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning.
The world is insane. There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor. The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you. One more down.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week, at the island, like she knew. She'd look, at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts, smaller, distant, hidden. Not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in them. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vitmer points at the ruins. Behind that, Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little... As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put, put, put. Detest pushes the cobwebs out of his eyes. Pushes the melancholy aside.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for... We did good when we pushed him under the horse car, until, in the 30s, those disco...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a hole. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocaine.
That is technically possible.
And he still went on to govern Revachol. What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? Forgot. The party had each of the... Some advertising cockroaches used their accumulated capital.
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a farm.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deform...
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, Detective?
The fat union man let them put it there.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp change of tone. He keeps having opinions about the union's leadership.
Horse. Another hideous disappointment.
Disappointment. So personal.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own.
Edgar.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time.
Of course. Maybe the Clares asked him to.
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful success.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a...
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics.
Okay. He didn't do the hanged man for them. There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost. The connection comes to you like a
危
splash
ね
of cold water. Dark, cold water. He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came, and money. She liked that too.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She was, and she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova called in, they say, on the eve of battle. Ran away, vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally.
No, I guess it was not. She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river.
Because she was dead? Because the cow caught a bullet in her right lung, fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job, on a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins. Someone shot her, or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is...
Another big spike of rage, different from the one he has for her.
Nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My dad... I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it.
Every fucking morning, for 34 years, royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack, across the water each day. And I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not that one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant.
He whispers with such predatory hunger.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around. Place the crosshair on his medals.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, René. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Yes, of course. I hope it hurts like hell.
He seems relieved. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no.
Glad? It's all gone.
灰はクソ長え。最後の最後の山場だからってよ。
The old man stares despondently at the logs. His lip curls into a sneer at the...
Glad? It's all gone.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life The old man stares despondently at the... For a 60-year-old man with stomach... The old man stares despondent. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's... Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at them. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain.
Are you sure about him being lucid? Maybe it's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
I don't know what that is. Like some kind of decadent rock star. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by...
There it is again. Erratic hand. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled. His lip curls into a
Glad?
The old man stares despondently at...
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in
これで終わり
44
なの
days.
か。
Do you understand? Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking...
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now. There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, something completely different. It sounds like a bow.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really us?
Your skin crawls.
Ah?
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds,
本当にいたの?
limb by limb.
てか、
To then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly.
いや、今山場も山場なんだけど、いますか?
Long and slender.
それ罠になんてかかんねえわ。
Be very, very careful.
今かよ、おい。
What is it? What do you...
Something is very wrong with him now. Nothing. There is nothing. Only the reeds for him. The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will be...
From the corner of your eye, I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid. With the sound of metal sliding against metal, you see the phasmid turn to head. Something cracks in the lieutenant. He's letting his pride get in the way.
The Emperor will produce a loud hiss. You're right.
I'll wait. I'm on standby. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
We can't just leave it standing there. We have to do something.
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling.
We can't just leave...
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling. The creature tilts its tiny head to the side, and there is a sadness in there. Or is it in you? From the dream. It's still with you. The pitiful, hey, you told her. Even now, slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds.
Maybe it is real, the pheromone.
About now, he is ready to believe in it. The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales. Breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe. Suddenly, no, stop, be afraid. The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem. On either side, no reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature. On its segment, the faintest smell, like you've never felt before. Like
Careful.
The foam slowly turns a dark, letting out that same smell, like summer burning. As you back off, the phasmid, the arthropod follows you. Hissing and clicking, the arthropod extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you again.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's.
In 3. If it moves.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash.
I got it.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shake, the sensation is electric. It is surprisingly delicate. Looks like someone's got hurt in it.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you, it tastes like sugar. Very odorless, mostly comprised of water. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's warning. It's about to move. You can sense it. A small shudder passes the... There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming... Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black...
I exist.
Huh?
Tell me what it's like for you. What is your illness? I smelled it. As soon as you... Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness. Being shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light. It only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. Are you sure? Sometimes, when molting, I will grow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced the missing antenna. Yes, the leg tried to move around independently. Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
This would explain its antenna being smaller. No, it's what the 3 meters tall stick insect came.
Yes, I am lucky. It is nothing compared to the horror that is you. With all of creation reflected.
It would take 1,000,000 years of evolution, or a total reverse.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me. No, you are awake. I am real. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth.
ここに来て萌えキャラ誕生したな。
Yum yum.
Wait, so...
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time.
萌えキャラだ
It
な。
was an accident.
このインスリンでな話。
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight.
It may have unknown, dangerous...
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered. Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use an...
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Eh?
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is the Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between them. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural... You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.0.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget? So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that.
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it. Okay. Is it somehow related to the case? I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the
労働
room.
者階級がない
Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class. You cannot lie to me. Behind you is now Sapphire's. So overly far you were prepared to go in her presence. And she was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
"ここに来てこうなるとは思わねえや。誰も思わねえや。
Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror, like and something under it, in the...
It's gone. Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
In some kind of...
Our suspect is not looking so good.
ここに来て七不思がどうのこうのやるとは思わなかったよ。
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Perhaps, but that still doesn't explain how it got into... Like a magpie? I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name. Where Clausia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alasia, or Clasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even... Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in mind.
遠すぎだろ。
What is it? What do you see?
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor.
The trembling man.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the...
There's much more. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect what... It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. That could be part of the shock.
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. Mr. The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This, like a drug? His pupils appear to be dilated. You mean pheromonal? The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania? I see what you mean. You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you? A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. But he did seem distressed when it finally came to... I have absolutely forgotten to take notes.
No one would believe you without it.
いや、ここまで来てあんなん関わってくるとは思わねえじゃん。しかも割と根本に関わってきそうだし。
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Nothing. Just the last embers have gone out. No reaction. This is an old man.
Did you take this passport and other... There. He hears us. The spirit?
No reply.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
I lost...
He turns his eyes to the reeds again.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This site is a T9, Mr.
Silence. You've gotten all you will out of this. Nothing. The last embers have gone. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. The blacks of his eyes are receding. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
インスリンで七節。インスリンで七節。
Soft cup. The greasy old. This old cylinder. ICM. This feels.
Insulindian Citizens Militia.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM made... It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was...
Nice, political. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
That's just a coincidence, officer. The co-mill was founded in 32. No.
With its horns in the sky.
No, that...
A DeLorean era.
After 44 years, one of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of...
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the...
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your but for the sound of converse. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought him. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely This is the man with sunglasses from the whirling in red.
That's right. And you're bleeding. Bothered by it. Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that. We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island.
The scene is making even him feel as though...
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact...
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
You.
Maybe you've deserved it.
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
And the people on the street helped us too?
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends. Okay, because you're my commanding officer, I really want...
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why...
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstein. Mikhail?
His son? What a joke. Everyone is lying to you.
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein and
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on. Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Yes, I'm still King Kisuragi, still a lieutenant.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a...
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Baby is a police reporter who joined our team. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really big do. It's a Major Crimes Unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town.
The 41st isn't...
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we? Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetics. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's...
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money?
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before were...
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically? Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory...
What? He lost...
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vredefort's cool here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Corresponding to the 20 centimeter.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
This sounds odd, but I was there. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Izalori and Troponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Commodore Red.
But Detective Vicmere, he has... Yes, a couple of times. After some of them...
The two cases in your ledger. Those cases were hard on...
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Hardwired to the free market. He just needs...
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can...
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Yes, in the ocean, under the sea. Our work vehicle, with fishing clams and other sea shit. Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic. And not today, badge. You got it all right. You're showing it to him, victorious. They're seeing the badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
You lost your fucking gun? I knew it.
You may have accidentally.
This isn't cause for celebration.
やべ。
It's bad.
あの時までさ、今まで隠してたの
I
に。
would say it's very bad, yes. You lost your service weapon while drunk, and then you couldn't find it because you were. We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth. You were never supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum. Well, you let the suspect escape. Glacia something. Because you were.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even all the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and
here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Detective.
It's so much better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but
you've spent the week with him on this case.
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yofretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
The man sighs deeply.
ようだったんです。
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something. Yes, let's let the big...
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. And the drugs, of course. Some kind of anti-radiation drug he uses to induce visions. But despite all this, he is a great detective.
こんだけでこんなになり。あ、最高の刑事って言ってくれ
He
た。
can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing me, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
君にこう言ってもらえただけで、このゲーム。
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing
ちょっと待って、それはいい。
Which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
おお、君、キスラギのために。
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new
インスリンって七節な。
A new species.
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as a reed. It unfolded from the reed. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective? The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is
Oh, that-
absolutely extraordinary. It's... I don't even have words for it.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son.
So, it...
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that.
Of course, excuse me. I just thought it was noteworthy.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid, and also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can...
God damn it. It is bad. Chin up. Keep focusing on the positives here.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinet.
And eyes, too.
You understood.
But a case against...
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a...
The body was transported to Precinct 41.
You're not the only cop in the world that...
Still, good work with...
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Who's Kuno?
You don't.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, what was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. Get a grip. No.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Female?
You had to see it. It's
incredible.
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so? Interesting. Then it is especially vulnerable to this.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers? Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's... There are species of bees that under the influence of chiromone.
Nothing is off the table. But,
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
yes, but also...
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional.
This would really help with...
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderer.
Without it,
You're doing good here. Quit while you're ahead, or no.
how? It's a...
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep.
What? Hand clear the terminal. Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul. Maybe, certainly, you're ever close. Is that why you want us to investigate the assassin?
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't...
God.
Silence. Good. The man doesn't know.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. No, we didn't. It didn't turn out to be.
Paradox B is it doesn't look like the loot cut it out is indeed what he is thinking.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to, Jude.
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let
結構イニツリで七節でかいんだよ。
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Harry, it explains everything.
Nah.
The running around,
Oh.
the jumping, the fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and your moves on the...
Also, this guy. Just everything about it.
そんな。
God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
ああ、そこつなげてく。
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy. In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Oh, you don't say.
It is getting cold out.
Yes, you told Jim in Corn.
The smell of sweat. Kuro is just east of
high school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on...
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
な、な。ああ。
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the...
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that.
そこそんな気になってるの？
He's an honest to God gym teacher.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too.
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you...
Not Dora Dubois.
Something like that. Half Vazan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossible.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong?
いい視力。
Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 no. Incredibly bangable. She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous.
Snow, heartbreak, pain.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you...
Look, the sun is...
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which... My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees older.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
No. You're too unstable to work for mob boss. You're
確かに。
suicidal, Harry.
確かに。
No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult.
He would immediately. I told you it's not that bad.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you?
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good. Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean.
They are damn iconic, though.
Yeah, not like us. 2 clinically depressed old men. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a...
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one.
Ptolemy Price? Is the son...
He's one of the most highly regarded...
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk, they speak of change. The city. The tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April.
So he remembers that. Yes.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking...
He means it. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a...
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershore.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered...
Thank you again, Lieutenant. Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine. If we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for it.
She is going to be... Oh, watch out, or she'll faint.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
まあやっぱこいつただ
I
言う
would
のだ
have
った
to
もん
tie
な。
things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountain.
I do like the sound of that.
おー
He's really considering it.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway, to Boogie Street forking into the dark horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
ああ、終わったんだな、俺の一周目。そうだな、負傷してるし。いやー、よくできてたな、終わりまでやって。確かにこれはあんだけ賞取るわ。複雑さと、なんだろう、ゲームとしてのゲームとしてよくできてるよな、ほんと。いろいろ遊べて、いろいろ調べられて、いろいろ歩き回れて、ほどほどにそれなりに謎があって、でその謎がちゃんとゲーム内で納得できるようになんか大体収束していくのマジですごかったな。これがこうなるのはマジで何回もあったし、まあ、後から思い返してみればこじつけなんじゃねみたいなのなくもないかもしれないけど、いやそれはそうだとしても、いやでも全部なんかもううまく作られてたな。全部理解できたとは思えないけど、全部うまくいったとも間違いなくないんだけど、それでもなんかいろいろ取りこぼしがあったとしても、こう一周通してこれだったらまあ確かにもういいゲームだったな。 一番好きだったキャラの話するか。まあやっぱキムだよな。このゲームでどのキャラが一番気に入ったかって言ったらキムになるわ。もうキムに最後の最後最高の刑事でしたって言われた時はもうやってよかったってなっちゃったしな。嫌いなキャラとかもないしな。ただただどのキャラもなんかちゃんとよくできてんなって。なんでいろいろ現実味がどうのこうの普段なんか罪をついてる人間としてもまあちゃんとよくできた現実の延長線上に感じられる世界で人間たちだったな。ケチがつかないよ。まあそのなんだろう、あれとかはあるけど、頭の中の別れた女のやつとかはまあ全部飲み込めたわけじゃないけど、それを差し引いてもまあでもあらかたちゃんと置いていかれることはなかったな。こんだけややこしい内容があった中で。組合となんだっけ、ワイルドファインだっけ、あそこの話はもうちょっとなんかちゃんとやりたかった気もするけど、それは後でまた自分で2周目やるか選択肢やり直すか、それが適当なやり込み動画見るかとか、そうやってちょっと何かしらの形では見ておきたい。あとはそうだな、やっぱ演技すごかったな。どのキャラクターもドイツのセリフ聞いてでも全く違和感は感じなかったし、いやでも1周目の驚きはもう二度と味わえないんだろうな。あの辺の誰が撃ったんだよっていう話。いやでも本当俺途中までルビーやったんだろうな。あの話をなんか頑張って演劇で割り出したところで、ああここまで揃ってんだったらルビーなんだろうなって思っちゃったけど、そっから脱走兵の話になるまで、確か脱走兵が最後終着点で俺はまあ納得いってんだけど、インスリンで七不思に持っていかれたのはちょっとビビったね。まあ確かにあそこまでやって七不思関係なしはちょっとなんか寂しい気もしたけど、あそこでちょっとね七不思出すとは思わないわね。ああもう言うことない。七不思だいぶ持ってったからな。このゲームうまいやつのプレイ見たいんだよ。どのゲームやっても言ってる気がするよ。いやでもだいぶいろいろやった気がするけどな。取りこぼしはそれなりにあるんだろうけど、やれるだけやったわ。後悔があるとしたらタイタスたち死なしちゃったことかな。あれはまあ運がなかったのと、まあ俺がやれなかったこともあるけど、 それでも1周目はあれで受け入れてるからな。あそこ止められたりしちゃうんだろうか。あそこ止められた世界も見てみたいな。あ、終わった。やったなー。いや、よくこのゲームこんな内容ややこしくてやってよかったで終われるよな。言ってることだいぶややこしいところと。まあでも本数上やっぱ分かりやすかったな。まあいろいろなんか綺麗に立ったんだのかな。でももう納得するしかねえわ。こんだけちゃんとやられたらもう何も言えねえ。いいゲームだった。終わり。はあ、終わるか。じゃあ、お疲れ様でした。